So, you guys have awoken to find yourselves in the quarantine wing. All of you in medical gowns. All of you laid out on cots, locked into the same room. And the only person that you have seen since your arrival is Apollyon. None of you have your things. And when you get up to go to the door, you find it locked. What would you guys like to do?
We aren't being held, are we?
Are you asking us to Apollyon?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm here. Not that I. Let me go check. He's gonna walk out of the room and check.
There we go.
I sent you a message.
Oh.
I sent Dylan a message.
Oh yes. He goes back into the room and he says, "Right. So, you're currently with Douglas, who happens to be afflicted with the Black Blood. You went on an unsanctioned mission, and he is currently bleeding everywhere, or was bleeding everywhere. So, they were just being careful."
I suppose that's fair enough.
I can put in a request for your release soon here.
I can perform blood tests if that's what they want.
That will probably help.
Perdwin, are you going to proceed to do this?
Yeah.
With what?
Right, I don't have any equipment.
I'll go get your
If
things.
they want me to run blood tests, I'm going to need them to provide me with the equipment.
I'll be right back. He's gonna leave and go grab the equipment.
You phase out of the room. A minute later, Pridwin, through the slot on the quarantine doors where you can pass stuff through without breaking quarantine.
Yeah.
Your medical bag is passed through.
Wonderful. He's going to go through the process, starting with himself.
You go through the process to begin testing yourself. Very easily, you can tell that you are not infected. You collect your blood in a vial and continue. Where do you go next?
He's going to test Lunalla's blood next.
You walk over to your wife, who still hasn't woken up. You proceed to draw some of her blood. It appears normal as well. You feel yourself exhaling with a faint sigh of relief as you place her blood into a vial. Where do you go next?
He looks over at Douglas and then steps past his bed.
Douglas wipes at the corner of his mouth, wiping away a faint stream of black blood, and grins at you.
He looks over to Arthur and Rosada and says, I might need you to replenish before I do any tests.
Does Arthur have anything to say to this?
Arthur just shrugs. Who else is there? So there's Pridwin, Lunala, Douglas, Arthur, Rosada,
And Nixaris.
and Nixaris. So he'll test Nixaris as well.
You go to test Nixaris' blood. Roll me a perception check.
Alright. Uh, 15?
With a 15. You notice something as you hold the vial up to the light. It appears like there's little flecks of almost like sand in her bloodstream.
Is it black?
You can't tell.
Oh dear. You wouldn't happen to have any pre-existing conditions that I don't know about, would you?
Nixaris looks up at him, giving him a very hard look. You mean like having my body hit by a burst of lightning so strong it threw off my entire resonance ability, making me unable to wield and almost killing me?
That could explain this. Have you had any blood tests done after that incident?
I mean, some. I was in the hospital for months. Why?
I just need to confirm that this is nominal. Otherwise, it could be a symptom of infection.
What do you mean infection? She says, giving you a harder look. No, we're not doing this, she says, trying to push herself up.
You need to take it easy.
I'm not playing this game. I have already dealt with too fucking much. I am not dealing with this.
Then let me deal with it.
How? How do you expect to deal with this? She says, glancing at Douglas.
I just need to run some tests. I need to compare some records. And then go from there.
Nixaris lets out a shaky breath. Fine. Just run your stupid tests. It's not like I can leave anyways.
If it's any consolation, this isn't like anything I've seen before in regards to initial infection, so it's probably nothing.
Pridwin, are you trying to be deceptive with that statement?
No, he's seen flecks of like black metal, but he's never seen sand.
That is, unfortunately, not a true statement. When both Douglas and Katya began their initial infection, the first things they saw in their bloodstream appeared to be sand crystals.
Counterpoint, Pridwin never interacted with them at early stages of infection.
It's possible
that would
maybe
be-
he doesn't know the earliest signs.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to submit a request for blood records for her.
You send this back out through the little slidey door thing. What are you doing while you wait for this?
You mentioned that you can't resonate with anyone anymore.
Yeah, she kind of made sure that was the case. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm being like this. It's not her fault. She could never control herself when her emotions were heightened. Is that
I can.
Mocha?
Yeah, that's Mocha.
Okay,
That's
sorry.
Mocha.
I was like, what am I hearing in the background?
Yeah, that's why I was trying not to laugh. I'm afraid that I can relate to that. Still, it's understandable to feel complicated emotions when something like this happens.
Nixterus just sits there, leaned back against the wall, staring off into the distance. What else would you like to do?
You wouldn't happen to know if she has a next of kin, would you?
Nixterus gives you a hard look. You're really asking me that?
I know about her history, but I'm referring more towards individuals who are particularly close with her.
I'm pretty sure Bloody Mary took care of that. The only people that knew her were us. Me. Draco, Viper, Liam. Paige. She didn't do friends. We were the exceptions.
Understandable. I retrieved her before everything fell apart. But I do not know what to do. I was hoping that I could look to those closest to her to make a decision.
I wish I could advise you, but well,
I understand. Perhaps it would be best if everyone made that decision.
leave me out of it.
If that's what you wish, but
I can't do this anymore, Prudwin. She died trying to get me out of there. I won't have anything to do with this.
all right. I will inform you of what the decision is,
Don't.
and I will extend you an offer to say your goodbyes. And regardless of your decision, I will speak no more of this.
Good. Prudwin, you hear the metal against metal sliding sound.
He's going to collect whatever was given.
You grab the folder that is sitting within. It is a very thick folder. There are lots of reports.
He's going to look through and he's going to attempt to compare all of the blood tests from the past to the ones that he has now.
With your medical knowledge, I won't make you roll for it. Putting several of the tests side by side, you can see that there's definitely an abnormality between the tests when she was recovering and the current ones.
I've never believed in attempting to sugarcoat the diagnosis. It's my conclusion that most likely, due to the severe injuries that both of you sustained, that cross-contamination occurred.
She sits there for a moment, staring forward, and then lets out a shaky breath. What's a girl gotta do to get a cigarette in here?
He's going to attempt to request for some cigarettes to be sent in.
You attempt to request this, and almost immediately you get a sticky note back that says no with a frowny face. You're a doctor.
And I'm afraid that's going to have to wait.
She hits her head back hard against the wall and presses it tightly, squeezing her eyes shut.
How much do you know about these?
Enough, she says.
It is incurable, yes, but it can be foresolved.
I was there when Lewis. I was there with you. I saw what happened. I've read the files about Japan. You and I both know where this leads.
Lewis chose the outcome that occurred. You didn't choose for what happened to you. I am truly sorry. Not just for this, but for everything. But while we can't control what happens to us, we can control where it goes. What we do with it. Lewis gave into it. But that is not the only path.
You get another sticky note through the thing. Tests? Question mark? With the little holder for the blood vials with the little circular holes.
He's gonna supply all the tests along with a written report.
Have you given Arthur and Rosada's as well?
Yes.
Okay. You slide all of the vials into the holder and proceed to put it back into the tray. There's a period of time that goes by before there's an unlocking sound at the quarantine door, and it opens. Gabriel steps in with his hands in the pockets of his white coat. You two. You two. You're free to leave. Pointing at Arthur, Rosada, Pridwin, and Lunala.
Pridwin will get up and look over to Nixaris.
She makes eye contact with you and doesn't say anything.
I will speak with you again soon. And again, after that, I will leave you alone.
She doesn't say anything to you.
Pridwin will hold out his hand to Lunala.
Lunala, who's been asleep this whole time,
Oh, he's going to wake her up.
she groggily looks up at you and looks around the room and grabs your extended hand. Are we going home?
Yes.
Arthur, you drag yourself to your feet.
Arthur stretches, pops his arm back into place. We're probably gonna have a whole lot of explaining to do.
Gabriel is looking at Arthur and Pridwin when he says this. He just slowly nods.
Arthur just glares at him and he says, "Priest."
Oh boy. I'd tell you not to leave town, but, well, I know how you all are with following instructions.
Only when there's no other choice.
You and I'll have words later, Gabriel says to Pridwin, and steps out of the way of the doorframe.
Of course. What is that noise?
What the fuck? It's Ein. Ein's like in the corner.
Yeah? Uh-huh. Why are you throwing things? You're making a mess.
Scream's having a tantrum in the background. I apologize.
It happens.
It indeed does, honestly.
I've had dogs before, so.
But yeah, you, the door is standing open to the four of you. Rosada also has not waked up. Waked up. I'm tired.
Arthur will shake her awake when they're told that they're free to go.
You try to shake her, and the only response you get is a sudden manifestation of her weapon form to your palm.
Guess I'm carrying you out.
She doesn't say anything.
Arthur will sling her over his shoulder and head out.
You head out the door. Lunala following eagerly. As you walk out the door, you leave Gabriel standing inside with Nixaris and Douglas. You shut the door behind you and emerge out into the medical wing. What do you guys do?
Pridwin's probably going to head back to the cabin first and foremost, just to make sure that Lunala can rest and everything's in order.
You walk out of the medical wing, make your way into the main area of the academy and start walking towards the front doors, and immediately you are surrounded by a herd of children.
Oh, are these the students?
Yes, they are all your students, and they are all talking to you at once. Like 13 questions at a time.
Oh.
Huh? Pridwin is severely overstimulated.
They are all still talking to you, asking you dozens of questions, when suddenly Valeria shoves like 4 of them back in one go and says, "Back off! Can't you see you're upsetting him?"
It's fine. It's quite all right. I just was not expecting the very sudden welcome.
Then he looks up at you. Valeria is still standing there defensively. He says, "You've been gone for a week. You didn't tell us anything. We thought something happened to you."
I'm very sorry. I didn't realize that so much time had passed.
He frowns, looking up at you as if trying to judge whether you're being deceitful or not.
He seems genuinely shocked at how much time has passed.
The boy seems to accept this for the moment.
Unfortunately, the very important mission was sprung on me, and I didn't have much time to make arrangements or plans.
"Are you gonna tell us about this one?" one of the kids says excitedly from the left.
Well, most of what happened is probably best left classified. However, I
There is
suppose
a-
I can share.
In unison, communal of disappointment.
I suppose I can share some of the more exciting details.
They all perk up.
We fought a demon.
There is an excited murmur.
A very, very strong one.
Did they have horns? Did they have a tail?
Well, they had horns. Until my friend managed to knock one of them off.
You see a look of excitement and more murmurs from the students.
Unfortunately, as much as I would love to say that it was an easy victory, she was much stronger than us.
This seems to kind of stun the students a bit. Like they weren't expecting you to tell them this. Like they were expecting you to have a happy ending for them.
Sometimes, in the field, you will come across enemies who are much stronger than you. No matter how strong you get, there will always be someone who can fight harder or smarter or faster. So, there we were, fighting as hard as we could, but we were backed into a corner. So, We had to be smarter than our enemy. She was stronger than us. She was faster than us.
She was faster than Nala? One of the girls says, looking at Lunala.
Oh, yes. She could have outpaced us 100 times. But my cowboy friend managed to hit her.
Arthur standing disdainfully in the background.
He actively shrinks. And the thing about powerful, arrogant people is that they're not used to losing. They're not used to being hurt. Overconfidence precipitates a dizzying fall. We knew we couldn't win. However, she didn't know that. She was hurt, something that had never happened to her before. So what we did is we tricked her. We fought as if we knew that we were going to win. And we got lucky. And we made her think that we were backing her into a corner. But we left an opening for her to leave. And that's an important distinction. A cornered animal will do one of two things. They will fight or they will flee. If you take away their means of fleeing, then they will fight. And we wouldn't have been able to win if she did that. So, we intentionally allowed her to run. Because sometimes we will face an enemy who's too strong for us to fight. So you must be smart. You must know when fleeing or allowing them to flee is the better option.
This is a very sobering bit of information for them, and for some of them, this seems like a very hard concept to process. However, your two brightest students, this doesn't seem like new information to them, surprisingly.
Think about it like this. Sometimes it is better to live to get stronger than to try and face the problem when you are not ready. She is still out there, but now she is on the back foot. And now, hopefully, when next we face her, we will be strong enough to end that fight.
This seems like, to a lot of them, important information that they are trying to take to heart, but once again, this is very hard for them. And all of them, there's a kind of sad soberness that has fallen over the entirety of the group. Lunala elbows you in the side.
They need to understand the real world.
They need to understand the real world, but they're kids. Look at them. You really gonna leave them like this? Professor?
Like I said, not every fight is so easily won, and sometimes you have to make difficult choices. However, we sent her running with her tail between her legs. A monster much stronger than us, one who could have thrown me into the air and juggled me. And we sent her running, scared for her life, more than she had ever been before. And it was all thanks to a little bit of strategy.
This seems to perk some of them up a little bit. Lunala shakes her head and leans down, bending down with her hands on her knees and whispers, "And if you really want to hear a story, you should go talk to the cowboy about that shot he made that really upset her." "One in a million," she says, and leans back up, crossing her arms. It's like a switch is flipped, and almost immediately all of the kids sprint towards Arthur Fulbor.
Oh no. He gives Lunala this look like he's just been thrown in front of a moving train.
She waves at him and winks. Arthur is now surrounded by a group of 12 children who are all asking him questions at once.
Oh no. Alright, you wanna know what happened?
They're all like, "Yeah?"
Well, me and the other guy that you saw when we came in last week, we were, she was messing with us. Trying to lead us around a maze.
Did somebody say maze?
Mazakine fucking comes in through the wall. And eventually, she lured us into a room, a trap. And well, she was fast. But there's always a faster gun. She took a swing at me. But I got out of the way. And then she took a swing at Douglas. But I was ready. Quicker than the blink of an eye, I had my gun trained right on her, and I got a shot off. Wasn't enough to hurt her, but it threw her way off course. She was unimpressed. But, she came to regret underestimating me. She ran off, going to try and do whatever it was she was planning to do. And we got out of that room. When we did, we got all the way back out of that house of traps she put us in. And we found her. She had the thing she was after this whole time right in her hand, and she was laughing. Everything was going according to plan. But God, did I hate that laugh. And I really, really wanted to wipe that smug look off her face. So, I took my gun. I let out all the air in my lungs, and I readied the best shot I have ever taken in my entire life. I was aiming for the thing she had in her hand, but I took the whole damn thing. And boy, did she scream. She was so damn angry. She ignored everybody else to go for me. And I couldn't stop laughing. She thought she was immortal. She thought she was better than everybody else. She thought she could do whatever she wanted. But I reminded her that there's always a quicker gun.
The kids who have been sitting enraptured by this story all immediately get to talk at once, excitedly trying to ask you more questions.
One at a time, I can only hear so many of you.
One of the girls perks up and I'm trying to think of what she says. Scream. You're being very distracting, you know that? Yeah. Go bother your dad. She's literally crawling on me. One of the girls perks up and asks if they can see your gun. Asks if your gun's really that cool.
Rosada went into weapon form for him to carry her, right?
She hasn't come out of weapon form. She hasn't said anything to you.
He'll sling her over his shoulder and hold her up.
They all gather around you like they're looking at some prize treasure. The others start asking you questions in more uniformed manners about all of the details they can think of, about how scary the demon was, about how hard it was to make the shot, about how hurt you got considering how torn up you look. Finally, one of them says, "Mr. Cowboy, do you want to come to lunch?" Immediately, one of them goes, "I want to sit next to the cowboy. I called sitting next to the cowboy first." And they start dragging you towards the cafeteria.
I appreciate the courtesy, but I eat my lunches alone.
They all look at you, and one of them murmurs, "He's so cool." Another one murmurs, "He's so edgy." Some of them sulking, some of them accepting this word at face value. They rush off to the cafeteria so they're not late for lunch. Lunala is standing next to Pridwin smirking, and she goes, "Oh, I'm a big scary cowboy and I hate kids." grins at him.
Still do.
Uh-huh.
What, I ain't gonna be an asshole at the place where I'm pretty much forced to live.
Uh-huh, she says, and starts walking for the door again.
He just shakes his head.
I wonder how many of those kids are saying dickhead to their parents right now, Lunala says as she holds the door open for Pridwin.
I don't want to know.
As you guys step outside, you see that it is midday and it's raining. You step out and immediately there is a sharp pang in your chest. Lightning crackles across the sky for a brief moment and you find yourself back on the pier. And then it's gone.
He grips his chest.
You glance at your wife and see that she's having the same reaction.
What? Did you feel that too?
Lunala nods.
Did you see the pier?
She nods again.
That wasn't normal.
It's a trauma flashback, she says, patting your shoulder and starts walking out into the rain.
I know trauma-induced flashbacks. That was different.
Come on. You have things to do, don't you?
I do.
You hear, once again, a voice saying those words to you in the back of your head. You hear the sound of a carousel in the background. And then it's gone.
He just tries to shake it off and keeps going.
You walk out into the rain and head back towards your cabin. It's quiet out today, apart from the sounds of the storm. Most people having jogged where they're getting to avoid getting soaked. The moment you open the door to the cabin, you are almost immediately cornered by the twins.
Hello?
They're glaring at you. Their hands on their hips.
I know I was gone longer than I expected.
Each one of them lifts an eyebrow. It's the opposite eyebrow of the other one.
I'm very sorry.
They glare at you for a moment, and then both of them hug you from either side.
He hugs them.
They dart off in the direction of their room.
He's gonna follow.
You barely have time to get to the door before they burst out holding your armor.
You patched it up for me.
Avery is in the background sitting on Lorenzo's bed, and he says, "Oh yeah, the priest asked him to see what they could do with it. It was pretty messed up."
Well, at least it wasn't as bad as Russia.
They nod as if having trauma flashbacks about how hard that was to fix.
I don't even think that they fixed it. I think they straight up had to scrap it.
They had to hold a funeral for that set of armor and make a new one. They both make, like, the Catholic cross in memory of the armor suit.
There's a plot of land outside of the cabin with a gravestone on it that just says Pridwin's armor.
Yep. They hand you your armor, and then glance around you, giggling at you, Lunala, and the cowboy, who are all still wearing medical gowns.
Oh god, was Arthur outside of his cowboy clothes?
Yes, all of you have been in medical gowns this whole time.
Yeah, Arthur is beelining it straight to wherever his shit is.
See, that's the funny part. You haven't had a room or anything, so you're not sure where.
Yeah,
your
he's
stuff
going
is.
he's going to wherever he's been staying.
You start to go for the door, and the twins stamp their feet impatiently.
What? Goddamn, how many blue people are there?
And they glare at him. Sophia darts back into the room further and rummages before coming back and holding out a package.
Thanks.
She holds it out to you insistently.
He takes it tentatively and then looks inside.
You tentatively take it, half expecting something to jump out and maul you, and you lift the top of the package and you see a duster. But not just any duster, a, like, brand new custom leather. Like, shit that you have only dreamed of.
Not bad.
And your hat, which has been fixed as much as possible.
Not bad at all.
Down to, like, the cigarette you keep tucked into the lining.
Does his raggedy ass overcoat still is it still in there?
The old one he used to wear?
The red shroud that he wears over everything.
They probably figured something out to mimic that.
I'm gonna need the old one back.
They look at you, and Lorenzo elbows Sophia and gives her an "I told you so" look. Sophia turns around, goes back, rummages some more, comes back holding the red cloak.
Thanks. It's sentimental.
You go to say sentimental, and both of them say sentimental in unison and give him a look.
Right. Yeah. I appreciate it.
They nod to you once and go back into the room. Lunala very quickly makes her way back towards her room to get herself a change of clothes.
Bridwin follows also to get the stuff he wears under his armor.
That must be embarrassing. You hear a guy say from behind you, from the living area.
To Arthur or
Just
Bridwin?
all of them in general.
Yeah. Not exactly the best I've ever been dressed.
Callan leans back, his feet kicked up on a coffee table in the center, holding a sleeping olive, and grins at him. Oh, right, Cody says, coming around the corner, startled to see all of you standing there. I was supposed to tell you, we have a room available if you'd like it. You know, so you don't have to keep sleeping in the dungeons.
Well, that's appreciated. I'm actually allowed to stay there.
Do you think I would have offered it to you if you weren't?
Well, I mean, wasn't sure exactly how tight of a leash I would have been kept on.
Just take the keys, Cody says, holding them out.
He takes them.
You're handed a set of keys, and she directs you down the left hallway.
He'll head down.
You are given the keys to the room, the empty room, that is between Isaac and Katya's.
He'll head in.
What?
He'll head in.
You open it, and like always, it is a blank canvas. A room with dulled white walls, 2 beds, kind of the basic bureau and closet. Ready to be changed to meet the owner's standards.
He'll set Rasada on the bed.
You lay the gun down on one of the beds and look around at all the white. It reminds you of a hospital room.
Beats sleeping on the street.
When you and Lunala get into normal clothes that, you know, aren't open on the back. Lunala almost immediately collapses onto the bed.
I hope I never have to dress like that again.
You will, she says.
Not if I can help it.
She smirks at you and rolls over and looks at you. I don't know. It was, you know, convenient.
How do you mean?
Well, it's not often I get a look at you without all of that on.
Well, I mean, I'm used to wearing
She
it.
smirks at your stammering. Go on, go on. You have places to be, don't you?
You're right. I wasn't sure if you wanted to come along. It's not exactly going to be the most enjoyable set of things.
Do you need the moral support?
I wouldn't say no to it, but also you do need your rest.
My demands are simple, she says, sitting up and crossing her arms. I would like a cup of tea, caffeinated.
Of course.
And the finest jerky that you can find. For the baby, she says and smirks at you.
He bows and says, "Your demands shall be met to the letter."
Excellent, she says and leans back. You walk back out and see Arthur is gone. But Cody is in the kitchen and Callan is chilling with a sleeping olive.
I hope I didn't miss too much.
Callan glances at Cody. Cody glances at Callan. Well, you've been gone, what, a week now?
Definitely much longer than intended.
You, bring him back? None of us have heard from you guys. Teachers wouldn't tell us anything. Not that they really knew.
Everybody except for... He stops as if thinking for a moment. Everybody except for one. I'm afraid.
Friend of yours?
I'm sure that you were acquainted with Amaishi.
I didn't know her very well, but we crossed paths once or twice.
As did I. She fought valiantly, but I'm afraid
Yeah, well, ain't that just the way? Callan says and glances away.
indeed. I'm going to be heading out to attempt to get her affairs in order.
Oh, well. I wish you luck. That sounds, unpleasant.
It's grim, but at the same time,
Necessary.
yes.
I get it. He waves you off, rocking the sleeping child in his arms. Oh, and if you see Douglas, send him my way.
He may not be out for a while.
It's fine. Beer can wait.
He's in the quarantine wing right now. I doubt that you'd be able to bring any with you, but if you did want to have a meeting with him, I could get you a pass.
I appreciate it, but, I think if I went into the quarantine wing and came back out, Hana would kill me.
Fair enough.
You know how fast stuff spreads, he says, glancing down at Olive.
Well, the quarantine rooms are fairly effective. At least so far. As long as you're willing to speak to someone through a glass wall.
If it comes to that, I'll consider. But, I think I'll hold off and see if he keeps his promise.
Very well. I'm sure he'll be back on his feet in no time.
You hear a rumble from down the hallway in the direction of your room.
Right. I require tea and high-quality beef jerky.
Callan doesn't even seem surprised by this information. And he points to the kitchen and goes, top cabinet, left side of the sink, 2 shelves up.
Thank you. He will head into the kitchen.
You go to the kitchen. You follow his instructions implicitly, opening the cabinet to find it is full of tea. And you notice each of the shelves is labeled with different names. And in the exact spot that he mentioned to you, you see a tag with Lunala's name on it, written in Cody's handwriting. And you see several varieties of, tea and drinks in there.
He will grab one, specifically caffeinated, and then, get to preparing it.
You make yourself some tea from the cabinet. Pour it into a mug. Cody seems hard at work, as she always is in the kitchen. She glances at you when you're done, keeping out of your way.
If you would like help with preparing dinner tonight, it's been a while since I've been able to cook.
It's no trouble, but if you'd like to join me, there's always room. Of course, you'll have to fight Sydney for the stove, but...
I like being able to cook sometimes.
Well, I'm sure your wife would appreciate it. As decent a chef as I am, there's nothing that can quite compare to something made by the person you prefer it made by.
Very true.
I live for 10 minutes.
Douglas, you're in the quarantine room. Gabriel has come in and told Arthur, Rasada, Lunala, and Pridwin they can leave. You weren't really paying attention to what Pridwin was up to, apart from the fact that you knew he was doing blood tests. But now, Gabriel is standing there, his hands shoved into his doctor's coat pockets, and the only 2 left in the room are you and Nixeris.
Long time no see.
Are you saying this to Gabriel?
Yeah.
Gabriel immediately looks at you. It's not that he looks stern or even disappointed. There's just a somber look in his eyes as he murmurs, I thought you were going to keep this under control.
I thought so too.
You assured me.
I've been pretty good.
Tell that to her. You see, sitting on the opposite side of the room from you in the corner, Nyxeris is leaned against the wall, her two broken legs set. She can't move, she can't go anywhere, do much of anything, and she is staring at you.
Douglas looks over somberly. I'm sorry.
Had to be something, right?
That's
Couldn't get out of it. Lost Amaishi. Lost my fucking legs. I can't resonate. Guess that's the one good part about this, huh? It's not like I'm losing a partner again. I already did. Now I just gotta sit here and wait for myself to go crazy.
Douglas just looks down towards like his legs in his bed.
I will get a status report from Dr. Rosastoma myself, but is there anything you'd like to add?
Oh, there isn't.
Is there a reason that I
in the
should
quarantine.
let you out of here, Douglas?
I guess not.
We'll revisit the topic of you leaving this room when you stop doing all of that, he says, gesturing to you. You reach up and feel trickling from one of your nostrils a hint of blood.
Nice. Douglas just kind of touches his nose with his hand and he just kind of inspects the blood.
It is dark. It's darker than you've seen it in a long time.
That's understandable. Just keep me caged here, I guess.
I'm sorry. I wish I had better news for you. But he shakes his head and looks at you genuinely. Why did you
It's
do
okay.
it? Why did you go?
Do what?
You knew this was gonna happen.
I went for a reason. A very deep and personal reason, I feel, but it was like that reason just disappeared.
So you went out there for nothing?
I feel like nothing, but I guess it is. I didn't go for the glass demon. Go to save Nyx. Go. I want to go kill someone. Promise. Okay. I don't know anymore.
Interesting. And you say your memory has lapsed as to who this is. You see him pull out a notebook, flip through some pages, look at them, grab a pencil from out of his coat pocket, and scribble something down.
Seems like everyone that went on that trip has a lapse in something. Like a person just disappeared.
It's not just you. All across campus, people have reported having strange... What's the word? Blocks. Moments where they suddenly feel something that doesn't make any sense. Like they're trying to remember something they've never learned, something from a past life, maybe.
Weird. That's on such a scale like this.
Gabriel shrugs. Admittedly, I wish I knew, but unfortunately, I don't have any explanation for this. All I can do is wish you my best and give my sympathies where I can. Gabriel glances at Nixeris. She was a good partner. Nixeris just nods. I know. Should you need anything, the intercom is here. You're not in jail, you're just being monitored.
Hey, like last time. Douglas kind of smirks.
Gabriel glances down. Yeah.
Okay. So, being stuck for a long time in a certain spot multiple times. So, this isn't new. Hell, being in this room isn't new.
Can I at least get you anything?
Maybe some water.
He gestures to the water cooler in the corner of the room.
Douglas didn't even know there was water cooler. He's just, oh,
Yup!
hell yeah. Well, never mind. I don't need anything, I guess.
There's a blank notebook and some pens off to the side if you want to write anything down. I've been advising everyone that comes to me with concerns about the memory lapses to keep track of things and judge how their memory is doing, so... He nods a
You
little.
remember the last time I tried to write, right? I don't really know how to write.
Well, I guess that gives you two something to talk about, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess it does.
Gabriel heads for the door and he pauses and leans back and he goes, the boy with the soldier haircut came looking for you. Said you, owe him a drink?
Yeah, I promised him if I came back, I'd have a beer with him.
He said you would say that, and he told me to throw something at you and say if wasn't part of the agreement.
Yeah.
I will refrain from throwing anything at you because we are in a hospital, but I believe I've gotten the point across. He nods to you curtly, pushes his glasses up, and heads out the door.
Douglas also nods and just lays back down.
You do so. Bridwin, you have supplied your wife with everything that was requested. And she, after drinking it and devouring the bag in about 10 seconds...
I'm gonna head out for work. Deuces, yo.
You do that.
Later.
She has agreed to come with you.
All right. I think, first and foremost, I'm going to need to speak with Viper and Draco.
It's going to be a task, isn't it? Aren't they in the labyrinth?
Indeed. I know how to navigate decently, mostly just from the entrance to the forge, but I visited their quarters a couple times.
Well, you might have some luck in the silence. You know Draco tends to go there to drink. Cody chimes in from the kitchen.
That is true. I think checking there first might be wise.
So let's go. Unless you wanted to take the angry cowboy.
I think perhaps that would be unwise.
She shrugs.
He's not exactly, tactful.
It's part of his charm, she says, walking for the door.
Well, I'm not sure that that charm would be appreciated when it comes to, funerary conversations.
You open the door and step outside into the rain. There's another crackle of lightning, and you feel something deep in your chest. You feel your lightning crackling almost defensively in response.
He takes a deep breath and tries to steady himself.
You do so. The feeling passes after a moment.
He's gonna make his way to the silence.
You walk with Lunala in the rain, making your way up the steps and heading off to the right, passing by the large exorcist wing, and finally making your way to the silence. You approach the doors and open them and step inside. It's been a while since you've been in here. Where are you going?
He's going to try and look for Draco.
You look around. Do you remember where Draco usually is in here?
It's been such a long time.
Do you want to roll perception?
Sure. Oop. 18.
With an 18, you hear the whine of a dog further in.
He's gonna head towards the noise.
You walk inside and head towards the noise. You pass by the statue, the familiar statue of Fulgurite, the place where Draco's usually sitting. And you see it's empty.
I was gonna say, I could have swore he usually goes to the statue.
He's not there. But you do hear the whining further in. You continue walking past the shrines of faces, many of them you don't even know. You round the corner and you see the large Irish wolfhound sitting, his tail thumping against the ground, his head hung, his wiry fur damp. And you see that Draco is sitting next to him, his head leaned back against the base of a shrine, a case of beer sitting next to him at his hip.
I hope I'm not intruding on a private moment.
Draco doesn't look up at you. You take a step closer to him and you can see that the shrine that he's leaned against, it appears new. Brand new. With fresh flowers from dozens of people set up. And you see several pictures lining the shrine. Some of them selfies with Viper and Draco and Amaishi. Some with Amaishi and Liam. One of Amaishi beating Liam's ass, standing over him triumphantly. You can see Draco is sitting, his back leaned to the shrine, and there's something laying across his lap. His arms resting over it, a bottle of beer clutched between two white-knuckled fingers.
Pridwin's going to sit down next to him.
You walk over and seat yourself next to him. Lunala hanging back, petting Oberon gently. Liam doesn't open his eyes, but you can feel that he knows you're there. He takes a drink from his bottle, reaches over with his free hand, grabs one and sets it down between the two of you.
If you would like, I could save this conversation for another time.
He pushes the bottle towards you again.
He takes it and sets it down beside him.
You glance over at him as he does, and you finally get a look at what's laying across his lap. It's Amaishi's weapon for him.
She was brave.
Was she?
She faced her head on.
She was always stupid like that. Let me guess. By herself?
I fear she didn't have much choice.
Yeah, well. That's what happens when you threaten somebody close to Amaishi. She doesn't stand for it.
Nyx is alive, but not well, I'm afraid.
You know, Nyx used to sit in here with me after. Drank a couple of beers and sit at the foot of the statue with me and just talk. It was just us for a long time. Me, Viper, Nyxeris, and Maishi. And now, look at us. We thought we were gonna be the best thing the school has ever seen. Viper's locked up. Nyxeris can't even fight anymore, and Amaishi is dead. And I can't even. You see him take a deep breath, set his hand down on Amaishi's weapon form. It immediately shocks him violently. You smell burning flesh as he pulls his hand back.
He reaches out and sets a hand on the weapon.
You set your hand on the weapon. There's a reaction. Your lightning moves at the same time, and the two forms of lightning clash, and it dissipates. You don't feel anything. Your lightning seems to bring the other lightning into check.
She, was not given the opportunity to say what she wanted done with her weapon. When I retrieved it, I felt a connection.
Liam laughs, leaning his head back against the shrine harder. Of course she'd pick you.
I'm not entirely sure why. I mean, we only spoke a few sentences to each other. I was only one of an entire group of people who went to rescue her.
Yeah, but how many of those are weapons? And how many of those actually pose any interest to her?
And this is why I wanted to speak with you. Well, more than just you. I have mulled some options over in my head, but I feel wrong to be making these decisions. I need to speak with the people who are closest to her. The people she considered family.
Well, I'm afraid then, if you've talked to Nyx, this is it. You got me, you got her, a couple of professors. I'd say Liam, but, well.
Nyx said that she wanted nothing to do with this. So I reason that you, your sister, and Liam would perhaps be the best to talk to.
Viper is... He pauses, contemplating his words for a long moment. Inconsolable. I don't believe talking will have much of an effect on her right now.
I understand. I need to try and reach out to Liam. Regardless,
If you think you can.
I have to try. I've left him to fend for himself for too long now. And given what I'm considering, I think it would be right for all of you to at least have the option to attend.
What exactly do you plan to do? Don't say brain
There's a
dive.
few
Don't say brain dive. Don't say brain dive.
For Liam, I'm afraid that's going to be my only option.
God damn it. He says under his breath.
I can go in alone, but I think having some help from people who care about him would be good. And since we don't have Katia here to drag him out kicking and screaming, well, I'm gonna need help, most likely.
Wish I could say I am one of the people you should talk to, but I don't think I'd be much help to you. Liam and I, we've butted heads in the past. Hell, who didn't butt heads with Liam? And I'll give it to him, he has come a long way since Katia put his face in the dirt. But if you're looking for some sort of bond or connection, I don't think I'm the one who's gonna give it to you.
I understand. And perhaps it would be best that the two of you speak outside of his head.
If the bonehead would listen to me, maybe.
You'd be surprised. He's everyone's. Much different than we were.
I'll give you that.
As for what I was considering, I was given that I think that you would probably know better than anyone else. These are the options I'm considering. I can take in the weapon as is. But my family has a ritual. It is performed for anyone who is unable to join the shield at the moment of death. This extends to those who are not part of the shield-bearing side of the bloodline. With the weapon and the soul, she would be welcomed among the shield. And I would say in good company. I wish I could ask her myself what she would prefer. But,
You might be able to.
I've experienced limited communication with the disembodied weapons before, but I haven't been able to have full conversations with anyone who has not already become a part of me or a part of the shield.
As for a conversation, I'm not sure how much luck you'll have, but there is something Cody told me a while back. When she and Asamu first got together, she was struggling with her father's weapon form. A tragic incident that she'd been wrestling with for most of her life. When she was able to overcome that guilt, that bond, reformed, and she was able to take that weapon in as a part of herself. I don't know a whole lot about the process of accepting another person's weapon form into your own, but I do know that she and Asamu went into that thing, and they didn't come out for a while. When they did, the form was a part of her. If you can figure out how to mimic what she did, maybe you can go in there and, well, associate with whatever's inside of that weapon form.
I suppose that would be the best option. Although that leaves me with the question, if the decision is made that the ritual be performed, or any final decision be made. I would prefer that everyone close to her be given the option to attend. So I'm not sure if I should wake up Liam first or get this answer.
What if the answer isn't the answer you're looking for?
How do you mean?
Hey, you wouldn't be the first person that tries to commune with somebody's weapon form, tries to take it for themselves, and doesn't get the answer that they want. I can't tell you what's gonna happen if you try and go in there. All I can tell you is I'm too scared to do it. The thing about Amaishi is she was a great person, but she had this unbridled, almost wild rage to her. She struggled to control her emotions, and when she struggled to control her emotions, she struggled to control her abilities, and the natural order reacted. She's a very powerful weapon, more powerful than a lot of us, more powerful than me. So, I don't think it's so much about somebody taking it that deserves to, that she cares about. In fact, I don't think she'd want somebody who was closest to her to take it because she doesn't think they could handle it. But if you can prove to her that you're strong enough, that she's not too much for you, well,
There's no answer that I want. I simply wish to honor the dead. But if undertaking such a task is a risk, then I think that I should help everyone I can before I do so. And that means I'm going to have a talk with Liam.
Draco laughs under his breath a little bit. Then I wish you luck, my friend. Liam never was one to do something outside of his own time.
Oh, I know how he can be. But he's my brother. And I need to look after him. Especially if I'm going to be incinerated.
Electrified, incinerated, same difference.
Vaporized. Well, I suppose I'm going to speak with him, and then I'm going to go to the crater to mitigate any unintended side effect.
I'll meet you there. Maybe with a water user in case you catch on fire.
I shouldn't ignite, hopefully. My body is good at dispersing currents. But I would appreciate all the help that I can get.
Well, I'll keep her safe until you're ready, he says, going to pat the weapon and immediately getting shocked again.
Good. I will see you again soon.
He takes another drink from the bottle and leans his head back against the shrine again.
Pridwin will move the bottle he was given back over to Draco. It hasn't been drank from.
You get up, Lunala seeing you and rising up from Oberon as well. And as you step away, you hear Draco murmur under his breath, "You know, it's the funniest thing. There was someone else I used to sit in here and drink with. For the life of me, I can't remember who it was."
We've all been feeling that lately. Just another mystery to add to the growing pile.
Ain't that just the way?
Pridwin will nod and then head out.
You head out. Your wife on your arm, you head back into the rain. As you pass towards the academy, you see a group of children playing in the rain. Your children. Splashing in very large puddles. And wrestling each other into the puddles.
He'll wave to them.
They wave back. You see Vinny wave at you and then use Valeria's shield to scoop up a large amount of water and completely drench two of the students standing next to him. You step inside, shaking the rain off a bit. Find yourself back in the main academy.
He's probably gonna head to the infirmary.
You head to the medical wing and badge yourself in. Now much more comfortable in your regular clothing.
And he's gonna make his way to Liam's room.
You do so. You step inside, and it's the weirdest thing. For just a moment, when you pass through the doors, you could swear you smell cigarette smoke. And then it's gone. Minerva's asleep beside Liam.
He's gonna step in and try to gently wake Minerva.
You walk in and gently grab your sister's shoulder. It takes a couple shakes before she opens her eyes and looks up at you. She sees you and she immediately goes for a swing at you.
He's gonna let her hit him.
She punches you. And then she hugs you. Your jaw hurts.
I know. I'm sorry.
She doesn't say anything. She just leans back and gets a good look at you, seeing the healing wounds along your frame.
He's still not back, is he?
She shakes her head no.
I think he's had enough time.
Well, you know Liam, he doesn't really like to do things on anybody else's timetable.
True. But that's why he needs someone to center him. Or in Katya's case, throw him across a room.
I would give to have her here right now to do that.
I'm sure she'd be very happy to.
She'll probably do it anyways when she gets back, knowing her.
True. Nonetheless, I'm going in there. He's clearly going through something that he can't go through alone.
Well, then I'm coming with you.
I was just about to ask if you wanted to.
You think I'm gonna let you run around in my fiance's subconscious by yourself?
Well, I mean, he is going to be my brother-in-law now. I need to make sure that he's up to par.
Minerva rolls her eyes. Well, this whole time he hasn't been willing to resonate with me, and I haven't been able to get in, so what exactly is your plan here?
Well, I have been able to force a resonance several times.
Is that safe?
For him, yes. For us, he tilts his hand back and forth.
Oh, so that's great, I guess.
I mean, I've never been hurt doing it.
Comforting. You're a great spokesperson for this, she says, clapping you on the shoulder.
I mean, we can try the conventional way first. I would rather not have to barge my way in if that's
You say the
an option.
conventional way. She looks at you, looks down at Liam, and slaps him. She looks at you, gestures to him.
I meant... I meant normal resonance.
I've tried that too.
I know, but I want to try one more time, just in case.
So what happens if we get stuck in there? She says.
Well, we have been stuck in people's minds before. There's always a method of egress. Although it varies from person to person.
Well, last I checked, Katya had to punch you before you got out of yours, so... Does this mean we're gonna have to fight him?
She didn't fight me. She did punch me. But like I said, it varies from person to person.
Is she gonna pull us out if we get stuck? Minerva says, looking to Lunala, who's leaning against the wall.
He looks over to Lunala.
Lunala looks back at you and gives you an obviously look.
He nods.
She reaches into her pocket, pulls out a piece of jerky, and starts chewing on it.
We're in good hands.
Wish I could say that was comforting, Minerva says, glancing back at Liam.
He places a hand on Liam's shoulder and then holds out his other to Minerva.
Minerva takes it.
He's gonna attempt to do a non-invasive resonance.
Roll.
D10?
Yeah.
Let's see. 9.
You put your hand on his shoulder. It is cold. You feel as if you're standing in front of a great wall. Your eyes closed, you search for a door. Search for a window. You shout over the wall, and there's nothing.
Then I guess we do this the hard way.
He rolled a 1, by the way.
God. He's going to attempt to force resonance.
Roll a... Let's call this a... willpower check?
Wisdom? Wisdom's willpower.
Okay, well...
good thing- Oh? Did he roll terribly or really well?
Don't worry about it. Don't
Oh,
worry
boy.
about it.
So that's gonna be... Let's see, wisdom. He doesn't have a great wisdom, so that's gonna be, wait, is that Bridwin's? Yeah, that's Bridwin's sheet. 16.
Okay. So... Here's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
You try to force resonance. And there's the wall. You see the wall. You're staring at the wall, and the wall goes on endlessly in every direction you look. Left, right, up. Frustratedly, you open your eyes, and you're having trouble with this because you don't remember it being this difficult the last time you did a brain dive, or even the time before that. But you notice as you open your eyes that Minerva's focused. You try to focus in with her and you hear something. You hear the sound. It sounds like a horn. Like a train horn. And suddenly, Minerva lets out a gasp, chokes as if she's been struck by something, and you see a trail of blood begin to trickle down her nose and out of the corner of her mouth.
Minerva?
You say this, and all of a sudden, directly behind you, you hear the sound of a train horn, and you turn and you look, and all you could see is blinding, bright white light, and something hits you, and you are falling. You are rushing. The wall isn't a wall. It's the ground around you and all surrounding. You're in a tunnel. You're not standing next to a wall. You're being thrown and pushed, and the train that just hit you is hurtling down the tracks, and you are careening into darkness, and all you feel is pain and an explosion of stimulus, and all of the sudden you are thrown to the side, tumbling, shifting. You rumble down the side of a train and fall, and you hit concrete. Dirty, awful concrete. You choke out a breath and spit out a mouthful of blood, and you push yourself up with shaking hands, and you look around and you see dirty yellow subway tiles. And it's cold. It's freezing in here. And you try and catch your breath, but it stings every time that you inhale. Roll a Constitution save.
Constitution? That is one of his better stats. That's gonna be a 23. Non-crit.
You feel yourself spiraling into a panic. And immediately you try to move into action. You know you need to breathe. You need to slow down and focus, and you do so. You breathe in and you hold it, and you let it out, and you breathe in for 4 seconds, and you hold it for 4 seconds, and you breathe out for 4 seconds, and you start counting, tapping your fingers on the subway tiles in front of you until finally you feel your chest begin to even out. Your breathing returning to a regular rhythm, and the awful glaring train horn begins to fade into the distance.
Minerva?
You push yourself up. You look around, and you find yourself alone. A dirty, old subway platform, underground. The train is gone, and you're left with the platform and the eerie tracks that lead on into the darkness on either side.
He's going to try and take his surroundings in.
You look around. You haven't been on too many subway platforms, but you've seen them in media. You've got a set of stairs that seems to lead up, but it's dark up there. There's no lights wherever they lead. And there's some doors and a tunnel leading off to your right. You're not sure where it goes. Everything around you is dirty and dim and cold. And it's lonely down here, and you get this eerie sense that somehow you've missed the last train.
We're going to have a conversation about mental cleanliness, I suppose.
What do you do?
He's going to try a nearby door.
You approach a nearby door and you reach out and touch the handle and you rattle it and it's locked.
He's going to look up into the darkness.
You look up into the darkness and it's not so much darkness as the absence of light. It's like it's an encroaching presence. Like it's liquid, like it's blocking everything out, like you're trying to stare through something that's alive.
Well, this definitely looks like a mental metaphor for what you're going through. He's going to attempt to step into it.
You try to step into it and immediately your foot gets caught. It's like you're stepping into tar and it begins to pull at you. You feel yourself being pulled towards that inky blackness.
He's going to attempt to force himself to stay on his feet as he continues forward.
The inky blackness grabs at your armor and begins trying to pull you into it. Pulling you into where there's no air, where there's nothing for you to set your feet onto. You're being pulled into an awful, endless black pit.
I'm not afraid.
You feel like you're being pulled apart. That black liquid is seeping into the joints of your armor and seeping into the creases of your helmet, and it is forcing its way towards every orifice of your being. And you are drowning. Drowning in the life force of another entity, and all of the sudden, as you feel yourself beginning to flicker and lose every part of you that you are, you hear something from behind you. You hear the sound of a train horn. And before you can even think to move, it slams into you, and you are once again careening down a black tunnel. And you feel pain and agony as this thing strikes you again, and you feel yourself losing even more of your vitality until you wrench yourself free from the front, curl over to the side, tumble, rattle down as your body impacts multiple cars and throws you onto old yellow tile.
That was incredibly rude. He's going to pick himself back up and look around again.
You push yourself to your feet, and you hurt. And you look around, and you see the old subway station, and the awful dirty tiles, and the encroaching blackness at the top of the stairs. And you hear the train in the distance disappearing.
He's gonna head in the opposite direction.
You tried to go up the stairs this time. Which opposite direction do you mean?
He's trying to go to the tunnel, like continue down the tunnel instead of going up the stairs.
Are you going? So there's the two tunnels that the tracks come from and go to. And then there's another tunnel that leads away from the tracks.
Probably the one that goes away.
Okay. You turn towards the tunnel that leads away from the tracks and start walking. Every few yards, there's an old, flickering set of fluorescent lights. One of them burned out, the other one flickers every 10-15 seconds. And as you're walking, you hear something. You hear the giggle of a little girl.
Why is it always a creepy ghost child? Why can't anyone have normal nightmares?
It's quiet for a moment, and then you hear the giggling just behind you. What do you do?
He's going to look?
You slowly turn around and you see a small child. Can't be more than 5 or 6. And sticking out of the side of her head is a jagged piece of metal. She doesn't seem to have noticed you. She's coloring on the subway tiles with a red crayon, and she's drawn several stick figures, and one of them she's aggressively scribbled out the face on. She smiles and giggles to herself and takes off running down the tunnel.
He's going to follow.
You blink and look at the drawings and turn to follow her, and you see that she's drawing a trail with the red crayon along the wall as she runs. She's fast, though. She races around a corner somewhere in front of you, and as you make it to that corner and you round it, you don't see her anymore. You do see another figure, though. It's an old man. Buckled with age, his joints crinkled inward. And you see that there's a jagged piece of metal sticking out of his arm. And in his hands, he's got a cardboard sign that he's holding up, and it says, "The end is near." And he looks at you down the hallway, and he holds the sign up to you, and he points to it, and he says, "I told you. I told you so. I told you, but you never listen, do you?" And then he laughs. And he staggers away from you into the darkness of the tunnel.
He's going to just try to keep moving.
You try to keep moving. You're walking down subway tiles. Your boots clack with every step. And it's weird because every time you take a step, you could swear you hear steps behind you, and every time you take a step, they take a step. And you stop, and they stop.
He tries to ignore it and keeps moving.
You keep walking. The footsteps clacking along behind you, just out of sync. And you make it to the end of a tunnel. You see the flickering lights broaden out into a more lit subway station. What do you do?
He's just gonna keep moving.
You walk out onto the tile of the subway station and you look around and you see the same dirty tiles, the same empty station, except this time it's not empty. There's a figure sitting on a bench nearby. They've got a hoodie on, their hood's pulled up and it's covering their face, and as you look at them and take a step toward them, they slowly lift a hand in the direction of the tracks and they point a gnarled finger, gnarled with damage as if it's been broken a dozen times. And you turn your head and you look and you see, laying on the tracks, a body.
He's gonna approach.
You walk towards the edge of the station and peer down into the tracks, and you see your sister. And she's laying sprawled across the tracks, and she's bleeding, and she tries to push herself up, and you hear the sound of a train horn.
He's gonna try and pull her off the tracks.
You're gonna have to jump down into the tracks themselves if you want to do that.
Can he use water wall to propel her out of the train platform?
Roll.
Just a straight roll?
Yeah.
19?
With a 19, you use water wall to pick her up and start to move her. And as you do this, focused, intent on avoiding the third rail and getting her electrocuted, you hear a whisper from behind you. You're not welcome here. And you feel a hand hit you between your shoulder blades and hurl you forward.
He's going to do his best to just plant his feet and resist.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity? Can't I make strength?
I mean, you could try strength, I suppose.
Just Pridwin since Lunala's not here.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Because he's not trying to, like, dodge, he's just trying to plant himself firmly. Okay, so that's 17 plus 7. 24.
With a 24. You plant your feet and dig your heels in, and this force shoves you extremely hard, and you feel yourself toppling. And you crouch down to maintain your balance, and the train goes rushing by you.
I go where I am needed, not where I am welcome.
You say this, but you don't feel anyone behind you.
Did he get Minerva?
You look back to the water wall and you see that it's mostly been decimated by the train that just went rifling through.
But did he manage to launch her onto the platform?
No. However, you hear the sound of a train horn in the distance. And as it comes careening past at speeds well beyond what should be possible, you see something go tumbling away from the front of it. It ricochets off the side of the train car and bounces and is hurtled onto the subway tiles.
He's gonna run after it.
The body slides a few feet and then collapses onto the tiles. You stand over it and look down and see your sister laying there, breathing heavily. A trail of blood coming out of her nose and her mouth, and she pushes herself up and chokes out a breath.
He's immediately going to use healing light on her.
You do so, and she looks up to you in the amber glow. Are you real?
Definitely.
It's like the 5th time that's happened, she says, and coughs out a mouthful of blood and pushes herself up.
Did you keep trying to go up the stairs?
I did the first 2 times. The 3rd time I went down the tracks. The 4th time somebody pushed me.
I almost got pushed as well. Well, I was trying to get you out of there.
Bertwin, who are these people? I don't recognize any of them.
Something that haunts him, probably. I don't know if they're actual people from his past or just representations, but it's hard to say.
But it doesn't make sense. Bertwin, none of this makes sense. This isn't his inner room. I've been in his inner room. I don't know this place.
You think he was pulled into someone else's? Or something else's?
I don't know. But I don't know this place, and I don't know these people, and I haven't seen him anywhere. And this fucking train, she says, looking as, once again, a train goes shooting by you at faster than the speed of light. Roll perception.
Alright. $19.
With a 19, you only see it for a split second, but at the end car, there's a figure standing in the window of the otherwise empty train, and as it passes by, it looks at you and grins and waves, and the train disappears.
I believe our culprit is on there.
I don't know what you propose we do about it. I'm not sure how many more of these occurrences I can handle.
Well, we're not going to be able to stop the train by force. We're not going to be able to get onto it either. There's got to be some way to halt it.
I mean, most people that do that are the conductors. You have to do that from inside the train, right?
Well,
Do you-
true. The train is typically controlled from the inside, however, subway stations also usually have external controls in order to manage the train should the conductor not be able to. Emergency brake systems, Perhaps even emergency controls, although I wouldn't know where those would be.
That's assuming whoever's responsible for this place even dreamed those rooms up.
Precisely. Although I have no other idea how we might be able to get on there, except getting run over and trying to break through the front window.
Oh, please don't tell me that's our best option.
I really don't think it is. Unless... The issue is that we get buffeted too much. When we're hit, we're flung about. Although if I could cushion our impact, it would hurt, but we might be able to hold on and break through. Assuming, of course, that the train isn't just indestructible.
You think you can wield me still?
Her siblings, of course I can.
You can use me to shatter the window. Then maybe you can get the train to stop.
I can take the brunt of the train better than you can, so that seems like a wise idea. I wield you, I take the hit, and then we get through.
She nods warily. Okay.
He's gonna peer down the tunnel.
Inevitably, you hear the sound of a train horn.
Alright, we've probably only got a few moments to do this. He's gonna raise another water wall. One that's more around the size of Pridwin and thicker so as to take as much force as possible, and then he's gonna hold out his hand to Minerva.
Minerva flashes into your palm, her eyes appearing in her misericord form and looking worried.
He steps down onto the tracks and then braces himself behind the wall.
You do so. The train comes rocketing through faster than the speed of light, faster than you can hardly prepare yourself for, and hits the water wall and then hits you. You can feel your body thudding against it. It still hurts.
He does his best to brace against the front of the train and hold himself.
You hit the front of the
Against it.
train and immediately try and grip onto the smooth metal surface. It's moving so fast you can barely see the wind stinging your eyes the second you try to do anything, and you slam Minerva's misericord form back with your hand, trying to hit anything, and finally you find purchase on a surface and you hit it again and again until you hear a shattering sound from somewhere behind you.
And he's going to try and pull himself through the window.
You try and drag yourself up, but it's so hard with how fast it's going and the wind that's pushing you until you feel a hand gripping at your gauntlet. And it begins to pull you and help you, and you feel strong hands pulling you into the conductor's cabin. And you collapse. And you try and catch your breath.
He's going to look up.
You look up, and you see a little girl with a red crayon. She tilts her head and looks at you curiously.
You again?
She giggles, and you see her grab the conductor's hat and jump up into the conductor's seat and spin around in the spinning chair.
He's gonna look over to his hand where he was holding Minerva.
You still see the misery court in your palm.
All right, we're in.
Minerva flashes into her human form next to you and looks around in confusion. You're in the conductor's cabin. And you look over to the controls in front of the little girl with the red crayon, and you see all of the dials are broken and the spaces in between have all been colored with a red crayon, and the train keeps careening forward out of control.
Well, nowhere to go but forward.
And the child giggles and hops off of the stool and leaves her red crayon there on the dashboard and runs back through a set of double doors.
Pridwin's gonna make sure Minerva's alright and then head forward.
She looks a little worse for wear, and not just physically, but she keeps close to you as you follow in the footsteps of the little girl. You press through the set of doors, and immediately you're hit with two things. You're hit with bright yellow lights that immediately give you a migraine, and secondly, you are hit with an explosion of stimulus. Voices. Dozens of voices. The train car is packed. You see figures, men, women, children, different ages, different sizes, and walks of life, and all of them have a metal shard sticking out of them in some place. And they're all talking at once, some of them loudly, some of them yelling at each other and screaming and fighting and arguing, and the train car is so packed, and you find yourself stuck in the middle of it. Minerva grips at the sides of her skull and buckles her head inward. It's so loud that she crouches down, bending her knees and burying her face in them.
Pridwin's going to put a hand on Minerva reassuringly.
You do so, but you can hear the voices ringing in your helmet. It almost makes it worse. None of them seem to notice you. They're all talking and yelling and laughing, and there's a male in the corner who's puking his guts up, and he wipes at his mouth and cuts a line along his jaw with the sliver of metal in the back of his hand and grins at you. And you look past him and you see a set of double doors and another train car behind you, and you see that train car is full too.
Minerva?
She squeezes her eyes shut, still holding her hands over her ears. The sound is so loud that it's almost a physical, tangible thing barraging you from all sides.
He's going to conjure a water wall directly on top of the two of them so that they're submerged.
You do so. The water envelops you, and you can still hear the sound, but it's distorted.
Muffled?
Yeah.
Minerva.
She winces and cautiously pulls a hand from her ears.
What happened to Fuse's remains?
She looks up at you and shakes her head. I don't know.
I wasn't there. I don't...
don't know. I didn't even think about it.
Minerva, I think we're in fuses in a room.
Really? This place is fucked up.
He was a fucked up person.
Well, what are we doing here?
If I were to guess, Liam must have absorbed all of this.
But he wouldn't do that. He knew what fuse was. He wouldn't have done that by choice.
By choice, perhaps, but that's the only possibility that I can conceive of.
If we're in fuses in a room, then we have to play by fuse's rules, not Liam's. How are we gonna get out of here?
I'm not sure. I think perhaps the only way forward may be to find him. But, well, this place is quite crowded.
How are we supposed to find anyone in this? It's gonna be like finding a needle in a haystack.
I have no idea how to sort through this mess.
I don't either.
I think it was him that I saw on the train when it was passing by. I saw him in the back. I don't know if he would have moved around. I don't know if he can navigate this place any better than anyone else.
Well, so what? Do we just keep going through the cars?
I think that may be our only option.
I'm not sure
I
I
can-
can handle the noise.
I should be able to push us along. If we just stay in here and keep moving forward, we should be able to manage. That, or you can go into weapon form, try and tune everything out, and I can push through.
Okay. That might work. She holds her hand out for you.
He takes her hand.
She flashes into her misery cord, and you can see the eyes and the blade for a moment, and then they squeeze shut as she prepares herself.
He holds her close and begins moving forward.
You start moving, and you're pushing your way through bodies, tightly packed, like sardines in a can. You force your way, and it seems like it takes you years to get to the back of the first train car. You grip the sides and you force the doors open and force your way between the rickety space between the two cars. You wrench the doors open and you find yourself in another car, and it's packed with people. You look around and you see faces you don't recognize. Some of them just reading the paper, passing the time, others arguing. There's a scuffle on the side of the train car against the doors, two males fighting. You try and push forward. You see a little girl coloring with a red crayon on the side of the doors. She looks up at you as you approach the back, finally.
Emotional damage! My...
Hello. Oh. Brian fucking exploded.
That was
Interesting.
a quick visit.
Yeah. Pridwin's walking through and he thinks he sees Brian in one of the seats.
You swear to
Like
God
double
it's Brian,
takes.
you recognize him, and God, you don't know what it is, but one second you see him and the next he's just gone.
Oh, the noise is starting to get to me.
It's a physical presence. It's like it's punching at the sides of your water wall, trying to get to you, trying to crush you underneath of its force. Tangible, like it's its own entity.
He's just gonna keep pushing.
You keep pushing and you make it to the doors where the little girl is coloring with her red crayon, and she draws a smiley face on the doors and she looks up at you. She smiles and she holds the red crayon out to you.
He'll reach out and take it.
You reach out and you take the red crayon and you notice something on the side. There's a name scratched into it. It says Liam on the side of it.
Liam looks back at the girl.
The girl's sitting there looking at you, her pigtails bobbing every once in a while with the turns of the train car.
He's gonna point at the crayon and then point in the direction he's headed.
She nods.
He gives a thumbs up and offers the crayon back.
She takes it and continues drawing on the side of the train car, then down onto the floor.
He's gonna keep moving.
You push your way through the doors and wrench open the doors to the next one, and you find yourself in another train car. Roll me a perception check.
Alright. Natural 20!
With an at 20, you realize that with every car, the people in the car are getting louder, and their emotions are getting more and more heightened, and this car, what are you on, 4 or 5 now? You're not even sure. This car, they're yelling, and they're angry, and they're screaming into their cell phones, and they're screaming at each other, and they're They're yelling out angry lyrics to the music they're listening to and staring out the windows, and you see somewhere along the side there's a figure rocking in the seat amidst all the other ones, and their knees are curled to their chest and their hood is pulled tight over their face, and their fingers are digging into their skull through their hoodie, and they're just rocking in terror.
Pridwin's going to approach.
You
And
approach
then he's going to...
Go ahead.
He's going to grab them by the scruff of their neck, activate water breathing on them, and then pull them in.
You do so, and you drag them into the water, and the figure balls up even tighter and sinks to the bottom of your water wall and curls their face into their knees more and rocks.
Liam!
You see him shaking his head as he holds his hands on either side of it. The barrage outside seems to get louder and angrier.
Liam, god damn it, I need you to... I'm here.
He doesn't even seem to notice you. Minerva's eyes flash at you in the blade, and she looks at you, and she looks at him, and she makes a face.
We need to help him tune this out.
You feel her shifting in your palm, trying to get free.
He allows her to.
She flashes down next to you and crouches down in front of the figure that looks more a boy than a man in this condition, and she places her fingers delicately onto either side, each of her armored hands resting over his, and she begins to sing quietly under her breath. And yet, instead of being distorted in the waves, it seems to carry underwater as if going for miles, and moments go by and all you can do is hear her singing. And everything seems to fade momentarily, and the train car lights flicker out, and the jostling ebbs into the gentle rock and flow of the water around you. And Liam's fingers loosen where the nails have dug into his scalp, and he ever so slowly lifts his eyes and looks up at you, Pridwin, and squints and stares at you, and you see that the mask that's across his face has been wet with tears. And he stares at you, and he contemplates whether you're real or not.
I'm so sorry that I left you to deal with this alone.
He just stares at you, his eyes wide.
He pulls him into a hug.
You kneel down in front of him and you wrap him in your arms, and you feel him go rigid like he always has when you try to hug him, like he doesn't know what to do, and then ever so slowly he puts a hand on your shoulder and he attempts to hug you back. And you feel his body rock once with a sob. And you can see as you've pulled him in close that his hood's pulled back just a bit and his ears are bleeding. and so is his nose and the side of his mouth. You can see the stains through that mask that always covers his scarred cheeks. And his hair is frazzled, and his eyes are tear-stained, and the dark circles look like he hasn't rested in weeks. I just want to go home, he says. He chokes on the last word. And
You will.
he reaches into his hoodie pocket, and you see him pull out a picture of him and Minerva, the one that Katya drew for him, and he stares at it like he can't hear her voice behind her, like he doesn't even know that she's there. And you can see that the picture is crinkled and it's creased, where he has run his fingers over it time and time and time and time again, until the picture is faded. His lifeline. And he stares at it if he's almost sure that you're not real at this point. Like he's sure that you're a figment. Both of you. And he stares at the picture and he doesn't move.
Liam. He's going to put his hands on his shoulders to try and center him.
Liam's eyes move from the picture back towards your face.
We're here for you.
I didn't ask for this.
I know.
I just wanted to help him. I just thought that maybe I could do something to give him a moment of peace. But he's not the peaceful type. This is what he dealt with. Ever since my dad started experimenting on him when he was 5, this is what he's dealt with in his head. Getting more and more pieces added on until he looks around at the train car. All the different faces blurring together. And I couldn't save him. And I wasn't there for him. And I left him alone in this subway station. Lost and alone in a room full of people.
You were alone too. Both of you suffered. Both of you were victims of a madman. You did what you could, but you were alone. He squeezes his shoulders tighter. But you are not now.
This isn't my place anymore, Bridwin. I think he's trying to take over me. And I don't remember what it used to look like anymore. Like, this has always been what my inner room looks like. Like I can't remember my own friends' faces. Like, I can't remember what it looks like on the outside, or what it feels like to breathe fresh air that isn't damp and stale in this fucking sewer. And I am stuck. I'm just turning into one of these things.
We won't let that happen, Liam. I am not going to let you die alone in the dark.
I thought I could handle him. But I need help, Bridwin.
And you haven't. You will always have it. Even if you don't always need it, we will always be there for you.
Then get me out of
We
here.
We will. You're not alone, Liam. You will never be alone. He's going to try and help Liam to his feet.
You drag Liam to his feet, and you see that Minerva, this whole time, it's almost like she's become this ethereal being, her hands clasped over his ears, her head just behind his, singing ever so softly. It seems to be the only thing that's keeping him calm.
We're going to have to keep going forward.
But there's no exit that way. I've been back there. I've been to the front. The train doesn't stop.
We broke in through the front, but I'm not sure we'll be able to get out.
I don't know, I feel like your best bet might be if you two can get out of here, then maybe you can do something from the outside. The pieces. They're causing this. You've got to get them out. You have to get them out of me. Birdwing, you have to take them out.
I know how we can do that. But we still have to get off this train.
How? He says, gesturing. Break a window? I mean, there's no emergency stop.
We do what we did to get in. We break through and brace for impact.
Great.
We go to the back. We break out the back window. And we jump.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
Do you have any better ones?
I suppose not.
I can mitigate the impact of our fall. I can take the brunt of it.
Oh, this is crazy. Alright, let's do it.
He's going to pat Liam on the shoulder and then begin pushing forward again.
You push forward. Keep walking and fighting your way through more bustling train cars. More people. Metal shards sticking out of them in various places. And they all seem to be staring at you now as you make your way through. They're staring at you and they're watching you somberly. Like they pity you. You force your way through another train car and another, and it feels like it never ends. Till finally, you reach a set of double doors and you wrench them open and you find there's nothing but darkness beyond them. And the red tail lights of the end of the train gleaming into it.
This is it. The end of the line.
Could you not say that? Minerva says.
I think the two of you should go into weapon form.
But you can't hold me, Liam says.
Well, without getting hurt.
He shakes his head. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna do that. It's gonna burn both of us.
It'll be better than colliding with the ground. I'll deal with that.
Minerva looks at you. You know I'm the better option. I can wield both of you.
Are you sure that's a good idea?
It's better than risking burning yourselves out, right?
I suppose so.
Just make sure you bring me out of here if something happens, okay?
I will.
She flashes back into her human form and she holds her palms out. Liam moves his fingers into hers and holds them tightly for a moment and stares at her before flashing into his sword form.
He's going to prepare to activate Water Wall to create a cushion on the ground.
Minerva grabs your arm with her other free hand and looks at you and nods.
Ready when you are.
She takes your weapon form in her other hand, takes a deep breath and takes a few steps back and then runs and lurches out of the back. When you brace yourself as you feel her bracing you for some kind of impact, but you don't feel anything at first. You feel air and you feel yourself being thrashed, and you glance up at your Meister and you realize that she is turned, her head looking back, and something has grabbed her and is holding her dangling by some strange chain-like appendage out the back of the train. And as she's dangling helplessly and being thrashed back and forth, she drops and immediately begins to drag you against the tracks, trying to brace herself as she's thrashed around, and this thing refuses to let go of her. You hear Liam shout her name as she swings the sword up, trying to avoid hitting him or you on anything as the train continues careening down the tracks.
Can Pridwin use a Leviathan ability?
I'll allow it.
As Pridwin's sparking off of the rails, the shield is going to ebb out those dark tendrils, and they're going to coil around the chain and begin to rapidly move up it towards whoever's holding it.
The tendrils start clambering their way up the chain, and you follow them with your eyes from the shield, and you see a figure standing there cloaked in black, but you can see his long, wavy, whitish hair, the mechanical jaw grinning at you. And you see him lift his hand, 2 fingers pointed in your direction. The metallic shard sticking out of his palm gleams as he looks at you, and you see him mouth the word bang. And his hand kicks back, and you hear Minerva make a sound. And then the tendrils snap the chain where they are, the combined weight of the 3 of you and the tendrils loosening it. And suddenly, the impact you were waiting for is jarring. The train screams down the tracks ahead of you and rounds a corner and disappears, and you are left in an inky blackness, freezing cold. You're burning from where your shield parts have grated against the tracks and the subway tiles and the stone.
Pridwin's just immediately going to try and grab the other 2 and get to a platform.
You grab them and start moving and dragging, trying to search your way through this inky blackness, until finally you see the flicker of that yellow light, and you dart towards it, dragging them with you, and you heave and pull them up over the tall edge, and you find yourself on a subway platform.
Immediately, he's gonna check to see if either of them are wounded.
You see Liam has flashed into his human form, and he's curled onto his side, breathing heavily, his eyes wide, the blood still flowing from his ears, his nose, his mouth. And you look over at your sister, and you see she's gripping at her shoulder and her chest, and there appears to be something leaking from the armor beneath her palm.
He's going to try and heal her.
You move over her, preparing to heal her, and you try and get a look at whatever it is, and she grips at it tighter. You grab her gauntlet and slide it out of the way, and you can see there's what appears to be a bullet hole. Except there are tiny fragments of metal that seem to have splintered out from the initial hole that's gone through her chest.
This is gonna take a minute.
She gasps and lets out a pained, almost childlike whimper, and grips at your gauntlet, her hand shaking.
I'm going to have to pull the shards out.
She just shakes her head at you, afraid of you digging into it.
It's going to hurt, but it's going to hurt a lot less than if I heal it while those shards are still in there.
We just need to get out of here, she says. We just have to get out of here, Bridwin. We just need to get out. It's not real. None of it's real.
But the consequences are.
She hits her head back on the subway tile, her mask gleaming in the flickering yellow lights.
I don't think Liam's going to be able to get out. Not until we get the shards out of him.
How are we supposed to do that from in here?
We can't. We need to get to Reticent.
You think Rhett's
And
gonna
I'm-
be able to fix this? You can hear that her words are coming out more strained.
He's going to have to perform surgery.
He's a blacksmith.
I can't do it because I can't alter weapons. He can't do it because he's not a surgeon, but I think maybe the two of us can figure it out.
But that's assuming we get out.
Precisely. I don't know how we leave.
What about Nala? She's on the outside, right?
She is.
Can you contact her?
He's going to attempt to resonate.
Roll a d6.
D6. All right. Three.
You close your eyes and you focus, holding your hand over the bullet wound in your sister's chest. You try and reach out. What do you say?
I need help. I need to get out.
You hear, after a long moment, so come out.
How?
I don't know. How did you do it last time?
He's going to attempt to follow that resonance to try and pull himself out.
You try to lock in on her residence, and you feel a sensation almost like you're being pulled by something. You
He's going
focus
to try and...
in on it. You try and coil yourself around that feeling and meet the pull and hold tight to it, and a moment later you see blinding white lights, and for a moment you're afraid you're going to hear that train horn, and you brace yourself for impact, and instead you open your eyes and you're staring at the white floor of the hospital room, and you look up and you're still holding Minerva's hand, and you've got a hand on Liam's shoulder, except now Minerva's not sitting next to Liam anymore. She's collapsed over top of him, and you can see blood is staining the sheets that were covering him.
Immediately, he hoists both of them over his shoulders and says, "We need to go to Rat."
Lunala staggers to her feet, almost tripping over herself, startled by your sudden movement.
He's moving immediately.
Lunala staggers to keep up with you, and you sprint out the door with both of them, and immediately you are barraged by multiple nurses who are shouting at you with concern and trying to follow you.
This is an emergency, I assure you.
You see one of the nurses is speaking into her PDA as more of them try to rush after you.
This is a supernatural issue. We need to take them to a different site.
They all still seem very concerned by all of this as you sprint out the doors, and you run out into the hallway, and immediately you see several children staring at you that you recognize coming from the cafeteria. One of them drops the tater tot that he's holding, and it just falls to the ground and rolls several feet away.
Don't worry, this is an emergency. I'll be back.
They're staring at you, their jaws hanging open as you sprint down the hallway.
He's just rushing, beelining it straight to the labyrinth.
You keep running. Lunala keeping up with you, several nurses trying to figure out what you've done, and as Valeria sees the nurses chasing after you, she elbows Vinny, and conveniently he slips and drops the cup that he's holding, and you hear a squeaking sliding sound and a thud as several nurses topple over top of each other behind you in the hallway.
I'll provide a full report once this is over.
you say as you turn the corner and sprint down the stairs to the labyrinth.
Does he need to roll considering the fact that he's taken the trip to the
You
smithy
know
like
how
a million
to get
times?
to the smithy. You would have to roll if you were going anywhere else.
Yeah, he's beelining it straight to the blacksmith.
If you're going straight to the blacksmith, you make your way into the labyrinth and do your damnedest to follow the rules that you have been given, that you've done every single time you've gone down there, and as you run, you feel the thundering, quaking footsteps of something massive moving deeper within. And finally, you turn a corner and you feel the temperature rising, and you slide your way through the doors into the forge. You see the familiar burly man is leaned over the forge, and he's holding a cigarette in an ungloved hand very, very close to the hellfire, which it lights, and he puts the cigarette in his mouth and takes a long drag off of it as if not noticing that you're there.
Is there an empty table?
Yeah, there's the table that he always works on people on, weapons on.
He immediately flops Liam and Minerva onto the table and he says, "Emergency surgery."
He slowly turns to look at you and pulls the cigarette out of his mouth and stares at you and lifts his brow. And signs to you, surgeon, in a question.
"I need your help."
Why? He signs.
Liam has fused with a massive amalgamation of shards.
He makes a face of disgust.
I'll explain later. We need to extract them from him.
He considers what you've said and comes over to the table with you. He looks down at him. He looks back up at you, gestures to him in confusion.
He's trapped in his inner room right now. The dominant personality of the weapon that he's fused with is attempting to overtake him.
Reticent grimaces. He moves his hand over the flames of the hellfire and warms them, and then without warning slams his hand down onto the center of Liam's chest. There's a violent, raspy exhale from Liam's mouth. Reticent moves his hand, gripping and groping along Liam's chest, as if he's looking for something. He slides his hand down his rib cage and he stops near the center of his torso. He makes a face, a grimace of concern.
If there's anything I can do to help, let me know.
He looks at you and he looks at Liam and he signs to you. Might kill him.
Well, it will kill him if we leave it.
He signs, fair point. He sighs and reaches into his forge and pulls out a red-hot, gleaming blade. Grabs the hoodie that Liam's in and begins ripping it open with his enormous hands. Once he has Liam bare-chested. He hangs over him and moves his palm as if double-checking the location. And you see him bring the blazing hot knife over Liam's diaphragm. He glances at you, gives you a somewhat concerned, sad smile, and then immediately drives the knife down into Liam's torso and begins cutting him open.
Pridwin's going to be trying to instruct as best as he can, make sure that he's not cutting anything vital or basically doing his best to teach this man how to cut someone open without killing them.
Yeah, Reticent is not a surgeon. He's just cutting.
I can open him up if you need that.
He already started cutting.
Oh dear.
You see him cutting and ripping and tearing and causing just as much damage as he is. But he's carved a decent cavity to look into. And as he does, you see something awful that shouldn't be there. An amalgamation of metal. Different colors and shapes and jagged pieces of metal shards. All woven together in this awful, horrible ball that is seated, melting into Liam's flesh, his organs, his diaphragm, as if it's trying to take his body over piece by piece. Reticent, looking at this, his face looks very grim, and he reaches his hand in and he begins to grab at the pieces that slice and cut at his palms, and he irritatedly reaches his other hand up and grips Liam's face. And you see his fingers crushing down onto Liam's face and skull, and suddenly Liam begins to flicker before you. And you see all of the sudden, he's not in his human form anymore, but Reticent has somehow forced him into his weapon form on the table, and you can see the glass shards skittering, littering all of his handle and up onto his blades, and Reticent seems more focused in this state as he begins to cut and rend and slice, and he superheats the area at times and begins to wrench all of these metal pieces out, and there's very dark blood that is pooling underneath of him on this table. It's filling this table as Reticent works. And you hear a gasp from beside you, Liam, and you see that your sister is even more pale, and the blood that's pooling beneath her body has begun to slow.
He's going to try and work on her.
You crouch over her and you can see the bullet hole in her shoulder. You don't see the metal shards like you did in the dream, but you do see the hole that is bleeding heavily. And you can see that her ears, her nose, and her mouth are also bleeding from the stimulus.
He's going to do his best to try and stabilize her.
You try and focus on the worst of the wounds and do your best to stabilize her, and you're working on the floor and Reticent is working on the table, and it feels like hours go by. And suddenly you look up from your work and you see Reticent is sitting and smoking. And there's a body laying on the table above you. And there's blood that's dripping off of the table in little pools and trails and dropping down onto the floor.
Pridwin's gonna be doing his best to try and tend to both of them, using up as much of his power as possible to heal.
You feel yourself getting tired. Tired from just trying to stabilize your sister, let alone whatever's happening above you. You've tried to ebb as much as you can in that direction, the stuff that you're not using for Minerva, and finally you try and clamber to your feet, your joints creaking, your back aching from being down there for what you can only guess was hours, and you look up and you see Liam, who has been torn apart in multiple places, but you can see sitting on the edge of the forge an amalgamation of metal right next to the hell flames. Reticent looks at you somberly, and he looks at Liam, who isn't moving on the table, and he looks at the metal shards, and he looks at the forge again, and he looks at you in question, and puts his palm next to the metal shards in a gesture that he could just throw them into the fire.
Is there anyone that seems to be Fuse himself?
You can't tell. There's just so many shards.
They've dealt with so much. I think it's time that they enjoy some silence.
He lifts a brow and looks at you as if confirming. You look at the amalgamation of metal, and among them you see a red crayon melted into the rest of the metal pieces.
May they find peace.
Rhett almost eagerly smacks the amalgamation of shards into the Hellforge. There's this awful sizzling and crackling and snapping as the amalgamation sinks into the molten liquid and, after a few moments, disappears.
The moment that Minerva's stabilized, he's going to immediately start working on Liam.
You dart to the table and assess Liam starting to work, and you realize just how much work you have cut out for you, because Reticent has not been gentle. Not to his own fault, but his large hands and the work he was doing and how deeply embedded the metals were, you find yourself stitching and closing up deeply gouged wounds. There are places in his diaphragm and in his abdomen and in his chest that have been ripped open, and by the time you think you're finally getting to the point where you can be done, it feels like you can barely keep your eyes open.
He's gonna force himself to keep going.
You cut, you sew, and you staple, and you assess, and you heal, and you repeat that process over and over until finally you, struggling to even keep yourself on your feet, look down and you see that you've stitched most of the wounds closed.
He grips Liam's hand tightly and he says, I am not going to let you die alone in the dark.
You look at him and you look at your sister on the floor and you feel a hand on your shoulder. Your wife glances at you with concern.
He looks over.
She just looks at you worriedly. And you realize that you haven't been hearing a whole lot, and you reach up and touch the sides of your armor and realize that your ears are bleeding. And your nose is bleeding, and the sides of your mouth are bleeding. Reticent takes another drag off of his cigarette and looks at you both with concern. He makes the sign that he uses for Gabriel and gives you a questioning look.
Probably a good idea, Pridwin says as he immediately collapses on the floor.
Reticent kind of jumps a little bit, startled, and then reaches over and with his big hands clumsily begins tapping on a PDA. Your eyes flicker and the dim orange glow of the forge nearby, the heat seems overwhelming and it kind of lulls you, and your eyes flicker closed just for a moment, just for a little moment, and they flicker back open and there's another face hanging over you. Gabriel pushes his glasses up and looks at you. Oh, thank God.
Hello again, Gabriel.
I gotta stop meeting like this, he says, and looks at you worriedly.
I doubt that's going to happen anytime soon.
He grabs you by the jaw and turns your head a bit and studies you. You hear me, right? He says, snapping his fingers near one ear, snapping his fingers near the other. He reaches up and grabs just beneath your eye and pulls the skin down just a bit. You feel a light shine against your eye and flinch a bit as he watches the reaction of your pupils.
He waves his hand, trying to, bat him away, and says, I'm fine, I'm fine.
Most people who say that tend to not be.
It's nothing a good soak won't fix.
Gabriel seems to accept this and leans back from over top of you.
Are the other two all right?
He glances over to the side of the room, and you can see two figures. You see Liam is clutching Minerva close to his chest. Both of them appear to be asleep, but he's clinging to her like she's his lifeline.
Thank the gods.
You wanna tell me why a bunch of nurses were screaming about you to me?
You recall our, foray to deal with Liam's brother, correct?
He makes a face.
Well, I was indisposed, as was most of us. Apparently, before he succumbed to his wounds himself, he attempted to help his brother to ease the burden. He
Guessing
Took
that didn't
all.
end well.
He took all of them into himself. Trapped himself in a room with 1,000. I experienced that myself once. Except I had the fortune of having all of those care about me. At least. His brother decided that he was just going to take the body. Everyone else be damned. So he was trapped in there, surrounded by people he didn't know, who were scared and angry and loud. While his brother wreaked havoc on him. I wouldn't have been able to fix it. I had neither the tools nor the practice to alter a weapon. So, as soon as I got out of his inner room, took them down to the forge, and I got Reticent's help.
Yeah, he told me something about that. He also told me to tell you the next time you want to do surgery to do it on your own turf. And that he's going to be cleaning for the next week.
Tell him I'll do the cleaning if he'd like. As repayment.
So, the shards, Gabriel says, glancing to Liam.
We extracted them. He extracted them. And, well, I didn't know what else to do with them, so I thought perhaps it was best if we just let them finally achieve some form of peace.
A wise choice. One that the Academy would have likely made had you not.
I apologize for not trying to explain the situation first, but I didn't want them to be like that any longer.
Considering the circumstances, the urgency was warranted. You won't face any repercussions. You're a doctor, after all. Though you may find the nurses to be a bit more, how do I put this?
I know they're all about procedure.
Their attitudes towards you may be a little bit sharper for a while.
Well, you know what my professor always said. Bureaucracy kills.
Gabriel smiles to himself and then glances back at Liam and Minerva with concern. I worry for the boy. I'm not sure what prolonged exposure like that will do to someone.
I'm worried too.
I assume you'll be keeping an eye on him.
Of course. Like I said, I know what that's like.
Well, you three can get cozy. I had them bring you back here once I got the lowdown on the situation from Reticent.
They need rest, but I have more business I need to attend to.
Not for now, you don't.
See, Ein agrees.
Ein is losing his goddamn shit right now. You are going to rest before you do anything. That's a doctor's orders. Not a request. Orders.
I hate being a patient.
Yeah, you're a terrible patient at that.
Doctors always make the worst patients.
Indeed. I'm going to leave the three of you alone. Do tell me next time if you'd like some assistance.
Of course.
You're not the worst person to operate with, he says and smirks at you and gets up.
Thank you.
You look up and you realize you're laying on the floor of the living room in your cabin. Liam and Minerva are curled onto one of the couches, and you see in the background Cody, Sydney, Callan, Olive, and Arthur watching you in a small huddle. Arthur a little less close to the huddle.
Hello, everyone.
Sydney just awkwardly waves with a look of concern.
Pridwin's going to pick himself up off the ground.
You drag yourself to your feet and you're exhausted. You're exhausted like you've run a marathon, like you've stayed up studying for a week straight for your midterms. It feels like every limb of your body is an appendage filled with sand.
I apologize. I don't think I'm in the shape to be preparing dinner for tonight.
Well, considering that it's almost 1 in the morning, that makes sense.
Ah. I'm always losing track of time.
You just need a little nap, Callan says.
Probably.
feel a hand on your shoulder, and Lunala curls her arms around you and lets out a breath of relief.
He hugs her and says, I'm sorry to have worried you.
She doesn't say anything, she just holds you tighter. You see, out of the corner of your eye, Rosada shakes her head, watching you, and smiles to herself and walks back towards their room. Cody goes towards her room and gives you a warm smile and a nod, and Sydney and Callan are leaning against the islands of the kitchen, looking at you.
I think I'm going to get some sleep.
They nod and try to look busy. You clamber your way onto one of the couches next to the couch Liam and Minerva are on. The second you even sit on it, much less collapse onto it, your body is like lead. Like you have merged with the couch, like you are one entity, you and it, and there's no way you could possibly get up out of it. You've never realized how comfortable these couches are before.
Yeah, he's gonna pass out.
You proceed to pass the fuck out. And that's where I'm gonna call it for right now, because it's been 4 hours.
Yippee!